Thank you, Greg. Dr. Warren, are you ready? Beautiful. I'd like to call the business meeting of the the Portland Board of Public Education to order. It is Tuesday, December 16th. We are meeting in a hybrid format, some of us here at Casco Bay and some online. Vice Chair Bondo is traveling, and Board Member Yusra Ali will not be present here tonight. Dr. Warren, would you go ahead and please call the roll?
Board Member Ali. Member Yusra Ali.
Here.
Vice Chair.
Ali.
Oh, thank you. Vice Chair Bondo. Member Lena.
Present.
Sorry, I apologize. Thank you. Member Bryden.
Here.
Member Noor.
Here.
Member Opperman.
Here.
Member Sautel.
Here.
Student Representative Grant. Student Representative Milstein-Jones.
Here.
Student Representative Mohammed.
Here.
Student Representative O'Brien. Chair Lentz.
Present. Thank you. And now the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Portland Public Schools recognizes the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand. The Wolastoqey, or Maliseet, Micmac, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes, known collectively as the Wabanaki Confederacy, or People of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we are committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki peoples visible in our schools and classrooms. As a reminder of our mission, the Portland Public Schools is responsible for ensuring a challenging, relevant, and joyful education that empowers every learner to make a difference in the world. We build relationships among families, educators, and the community to promote the healthy development and academic achievement of every learner. And our definition of equity. Equity is all people being held to high expectations and having access to opportunities that are reflective of their individual needs, identities, and experiences. Equity is achieved in Portland Public Schools when there are no identifiable differences in outcomes and experiences for any population subgroup. I do have one slight change on the agenda tonight. We will be having an executive session after public comment to meet with legal counsel. But right now we are going to move into public comment. So if you would like to give public comment, you can come up to the podium here, or you can raise your hand on Zoom. And Greg, could you please move me over to a panelist on the Zoom, please? Oh, thank you.
Let me know if you need it again.
Okay, just 1 second, please, so that I can see. Come on, let me just read the guidelines of public comment, and then we will, you can give your remarks. Public comment. So members of the public may speak on any subject directly related to the operations of the schools, except for personnel matters or complaints concerning specific employees or students, which shall be addressed through established policies and procedures. If an item is on the agenda, please use the public comment time associated with that item. Comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes or 6 minutes for individuals using an interpreter to make a comment. Individuals may not relinquish a portion of their allotted time to another speaker. The board may not respond to comments, and please refrain from responding in the audience. Speakers must refrain from engaging in disruptive conduct, including but not limited to using vulgar and/or obscene language, threatening others with words or by other actions, using pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other identity factor, making defamatory comments, exceeding the allotted time limits, talking over or interrupting others, offering repetitive comments, and offering comment on matters unrelated to the school district's programs, policies, or operations. I will stop any public comment that is contrary to these rules. To give public comment, please come forward to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Please begin by introducing yourself with your name and address. We'll alternate if needed between Zoom and in person. I will keep the time and raise a yellow folder indicating you have 30 seconds remaining and a red folder at the end of your time. If you get to the end of your time and would like to request more time, you may do so. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Lentz. Thank you, Board. My name is Laura Rosa, and I live at 59 Edward Street here in Portland. And I had meant to give public comment last week, but I had to get myself and my child fed. So I'm glad to have the opportunity tonight. It's been a very hard couple weeks of public comment, and as somebody who thinks I pay a lot of attention to what's happening in the Portland Public Schools, and feel myself to be an engaged member of the PPS community, it was incredibly distressing to hear the comments, especially 2 weeks ago or 2 meetings ago. But it was also heartening to see some of the progress that the board has made. The fact that, and the district and superintendent, the fact that staff is getting ICE de-escalation training, active bystander training, the resolution that you've put forward that addresses a lot of the specific comments feels responsive to me. And I wanted to express gratitude for that, while at the same time acknowledging the harm that people have experienced in the system. And I just want to make sure that we all sort of hold space for that both and that the board and the district is doing a lot of work towards equity goals, even if it's not in the way that we're used to, and not in the way that that we have necessarily been hearing about. So I look forward to hearing more about how decisions that are being made address equity and what those relationships are and why those decisions are being made as indicated in the resolution. I look forward to the investigation and seeing what that all brings out. And also, I just want to, again, express gratitude for the complexity and nuance that the resolution holds. And then finally, just one more acknowledgement of the context in which all of this is happening. In terms of white supremacist threats being made to people across our community members being called garbage by our president, and appreciation for the fact that the superintendent has responded, and that the board has responded very strongly in support of our community members. It may feel performative to some, but it is very, very meaningful. And so I just, again, want to make sure that we're thinking about all of that as we're looking forward into the equity work that the board shall continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to give public comment? And I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And I will be making a motion. Let me just get the motion language. Yes, I can reopen public comment.
Hi, my name's Kate McElwain, and I live at 256 Concord Street West. I have the great privilege of being the school counselor at Rowe Elementary, which is a just amazingly diverse and dynamic place, and I love it with every ounce of my body. And I also am the parent of a third and first grader at Longfellow Elementary. And I'm here tonight because I've been following the Boundaries Committee process, and I see the scenario 9, and I've been looking very deeply at the website and following very carefully, and it's unclear to me where we're at in the process now and when that's going to be voted on, how that gets voted on, if it then goes to city council, because I have some concerns that currently the way the map is currently drawn and the proposal continues to recommend is we have students being bused 2.6 miles from their home to Rowe. And the numbers in the table are actually inaccurate because the Rowe's current enrollment is actually 474 students. So our utilization is actually at 79% currently. And the scenario 9 has just has that elevated as, So I'm concerned that this new proposal, it doesn't at all address the very stark disparity between Longfellow and Rowe, and they share a boundary line. And there are currently students being bused 2.6 miles to Rowe when they could go walk a mile or bike a mile to Longfellow. Please give Longfellow a chance. If you could sit in on my third graders parent teacher conference, you would be blown away. Go to one of their assemblies. They're amazing. Sit in on a second grade classroom of Ms. Holmes. Like you want more students at Longfellow. Invest in Longfellow because this current plan sabotages what Rowe can do. It's giving us way too much to do. We had an incredible administrator who's highly capable, and they left after 2 years because Rowe is being given way too much to do. Please, please, please take these into consideration. And I'd really like it to be more transparent on the website. What are the next steps? Because the community needs to be able to weigh in. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I reside at 39 Washburn Avenue in Portland, Maine. I just had a process question. I know last week when I was here, you were talking about a resolution. Is that on the agenda tonight? And when you take it up, will there be public comment related to the resolution?
There is no public comment on resolution. You can give it now if you would like, but there is no public comment with the resolution.
Okay, I'm curious because I'm trying to figure out the sequencing of events here based on the last couple of meetings that I have attended. And a question for the board, I guess, based on all of the comments that I've heard, is there an investigation? People keep using this word investigation, and I'm not really quite even sure. Are you conducting an investigation based off of the claims and charges that you've heard repeatedly over the last couple of weeks, both at this public meeting, but also internally and in private conversations? So I guess my question is there an investigation going on about the horrendous claims of hostile work environment and proliferation of racial discrimination? That is a question. I do understand you can't go into personnel issues, but you can answer that question for the public who has come, week after week, pouring their hearts out to you, talking about the harms that have been caused, and yet very little public response has been given about the harms that have been caused. And so my second question is the resolution supposed to somehow pacify the charges that have been brought before this committee in some passive way if there's not an investigation? because a resolution does not address the current harms. It is perspective. It is moving forward. It is not looking at what is currently before us. So I have those two questions. I also have a question for the board about how seriously the public and then the folks who are working at Portland Public Schools, how serious are they to take a resolution that has no deliverables or timeframes to them? And if the same people are conducting investigations or hearing about these charges, how are we to trust that those are the people going to carry out a resolution when they haven't even started to address the harms? So I'm really concerned about investigation. I'm concerned about resolutions that are I actually would use the word performative because they do not address any of the harms that are happening right now. Unless you can tell the public how you are doing that, that would be very, very helpful. And the last thing I would say is that the resolution is really based on a system that people don't trust. And so how are you going to regain or gain, in many, many, many cases, gain the trust of people in this system, no matter what level of interaction they have with you? It feels like week after week, there are charges and claims that suggest a pattern and a practice that is unhealthy and is prejudicial. And I would love to find out what are you doing other than taking up time talking about a resolution that addresses what you will do in the future, not what you are doing currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. And I will make a motion for the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 M.R.S.A. 4056E to meet with legal counsel. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Bryden. All those in favor? Okay, so that is unanimous. So we will move into executive session now.
We'll be back.
I'm going to go over public comment guidelines again. We've had we're back from executive session. We've had some folks that have joined us that wanted to give public comment tonight and miss public comment, but I'm happy to open it back up. But I wanted to just go over the guidelines again for public comment. So members of the public may speak on any subject directly related to the operations of the schools, except for personnel matters or complaints concerning specific employees or students, which shall be addressed through established policies and procedures. If an item is on the agenda, please use the public comment time associated with that item. Comments are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes or 6 minutes for individuals using an interpreter to make their comment. Individuals may not relinquish a portion of their allotted time to another speaker. The board may not respond to comments, and please refrain from responding in the audience. Speakers must refrain from engaging in disruptive conduct, including but not limited to using vulgar and/or obscene language, threatening others, using words or by other actions, using pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, and other identity factor, making defamatory comments, exceeding the allotted time limits, talking over or interrupting others, offering repetitive comments, and offering comment on matters unrelated to the school district's programs, policies, or operations. I will stop any public comment that is contrary to these rules. To give public comment, you can come forward to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. And please introduce yourself at the beginning of your comment. And I will keep the time. And at 30 seconds before your time is over, I raise a yellow folder and a red folder indicating the end of your time. If you get the end into of your allotted time and would like to request more time, you may do so. So if you wanted to give public comment, now would be the time to come to the podium.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mahmoud Barre. I am the Executive Director of Main Access Immigrant Network and former President of Somali Community in Poland. I'm a father of 10. All my students, they went to school in Poland public school, and some they are still enrolled. We spoke with you last week regarding the treatment of Somali, Black, and other minority staff within the district. I'm writing to follow up and seek clarity and accountability. Especially, we are concerned about what happened to Halima and Mana, both of whom worked at public school and were removed from their roles. Their removal have raised serious concerns within the community. What are the next steps the board plans to take to address this situation and the border issues impacting Somalis, Black and minority staff across the district? We would appreciate transparency regarding the process, decision making, and any actions being taken to ensure fairness and equity moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to give public comment? Okay, I see none, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I'm going to go ahead now and move to my remarks. And I wanted to begin my remarks by celebrating the joy and creativity that our students and staff have brought to life in recent productions of Peter Pan and Mamma Mia. I was lucky enough to get to join Mamma Mia over the weekend. And these performances have reminded me of the power of the arts to build confidence, connection, and a sense of belonging, especially in moments when the world feels incredibly heavy and sad. Today, my heart is heavy as I continue to reflect on the comments we've heard the last several weeks. And as I reflect on the recent acts of violence reported in Bondi Beach, in Australia, and at Brown University. The anti-Semitism that fueled the Australian shooting is wrong and has no place in the world. It's especially hard because this heinous act took place during the first night of Hanukkah. It is also heavy on my heart because of the life that was lost today in Standish when another student was hit by a bus. We grieve for all of the lives that have been lost, and we hold all of these communities in our heart. Thank you. I did want to also just follow up on a couple of things that we heard during public comment tonight, one of which is the resolution, but also just a quick few notes on what is happening with the Boundaries Committee and that work. So the Boundaries Committee is in process of writing up a report of recommendations, and that report, along with kind of background knowledge and resources, will come to the board in the first January meeting. But there was a great note to make sure that the website is updated, and we will for sure work on that before the next meeting to make sure that that is out there. But in summary, the last proposal that was given to the Boundaries Committee was mostly rejected by the committee. So there's very few actual boundary proposals at the elementary level that are going to be recommended. And the committee was not able to come to consensus on the middle school boundaries. So that will be reflected in the report along with other recommendations around policies and such. So more to come on that in January, and we'll make sure to get that website updated. And I did now want to move just into the resolution. There's an updated draft of the resolution that is on the website tonight. That draft has had input from a lot of sources, and we feel that it is a response to what we have been hearing both now and for quite some time. So I would like to read that resolution out, and also just a note to the community that the board is doing due diligence on everything that we have heard over the course of these last few weeks. So the resolution that is before us, and this was co-authored with Vice Chair Bondo and myself, is a resolution affirming the district's commitment to equity, belonging, and support of schools for all students and staff. Whereas Portland Public Schools is committed to ensuring that every student is prepared and empowered to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, and whereas 28% of PPS students are English language learners, 18% receive special education services, 51% are economically disadvantaged, and 7% face housing insecurity. And whereas PPS students bring various life experiences and identities to their learning that cannot be measured or quantified but impact their daily experience. And whereas national, regional, and local events have intensified concerns about safety and fundamental rights at the collective and individual level. And whereas the Board of Education defines equity as the condition in which all people are held to high expectations and have access to opportunities reflective of their individual needs, identities, and experiences, and where no identifiable differences in outcomes or experiences exist in any population subgroup. And whereas community members have expressed that despite our long-standing stated commitment to equity and our best efforts of implementing equity best practices, challenges remain and there is additional work to do in these areas. And whereas the National Institutes of Health recognizes that oppression can lead to poor mental health, and whereas inconsistent implementation of equity-driven practices, disproportionate experiences of harm among students from historically marginalized communities, and systemic barriers affect both student learning and staff working conditions, and whereas the district has identified that disparities in student outcomes, while improving, are not improving at a sufficient pace, and whereas community feedback and the 2021 Educators of Color report highlight that PPS is not yet the consistently welcoming or affirming environment for all students and staff that we wish it were, particularly those who identify as Black, Indigenous, Latine, Asian, multilingual, LGBTQ+, immigrant, disabled, or from other communities that are historically marginalized in education systems. Whereas the board acknowledges that schools are deeply impacted by targeting of communities based on identity, including the trauma of immigration enforcement actions, detentions, and discrimination experienced by students and families in our community. And whereas the board recognizes that practicing equity is an ongoing effort that requires learning, unlearning, reflection, accountability, and courage from every member of the PPS community. And whereas it remains critically important for the board and leadership staff to publicly announce their continued commitment to this work and to act accordingly to maintain equity initiatives in the district. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Portland Public Schools Board of Education affirms that equity, belonging, and safety are foundational responsibilities of PPS. The board affirms its commitment to creating and sustaining environments where every student and staff member is physically safe, emotionally supported, and academically challenged. It directs the superintendent and district leadership to continue to support activities already in place, such as delivering regular district-wide training with the goal of ensuring all staff can recognize the acts of bias or discrimination, interrupt and de-escalate harmful behaviors, prevent escalation, and act as strong allies for students and colleagues, strengthening instruction for multilingual learners, continuing to provide guidance and updates on ICE protocols, expanding equitable access to challenging coursework, expanding and deepening Wabanaki studies and local Black history curricula, using disaggregated data to regularly track student outcomes and identify areas of focus and additional support, improving systems of hiring, onboarding, and retention, strengthening communication systems to explain why changes are taking place or to explain why information is confidential as applicable, maintaining a clear pathway for reporting harassment and discrimination concerns for staff, students, and families. The board reaffirms that anyone may report discrimination, harassment, or retaliation through the district's online reporting system. District staff shall ensure that the system is easily accessible in multiple languages. Anyone utilizing the process shall be protected from retaliation. Additionally, an individual who has reported an issue shall be notified to the extent legally allowed of the status of their report. However, staff shall not disclose confidential information. The board directs the superintendent and district leadership staff to create and/or implement activities such as creating ongoing community partnerships and accountability, recognizing that this work will be ongoing and require consistent input from students, staff, and the community. The board will provide funding for this work required to develop a district-wide equity advisory committee led by the Director of People and Belonging. This committee will gather regular feedback from students, staff, and community members through surveys and small group dialogues. The board will also ensure that there's proper funding for ongoing community healing work. Creating an equity dashboard. This dashboard will include existing data points from the strategic plan and others. The data will be reviewed quarterly by the board. Developing communities of practice for staff. Staff will have access to structured, meaningful opportunities to reflect together on equity-focused practices, build shared understanding, and strengthen a culture of belonging for students. clarifying and implementing district-wide expectations for how staff work together. The district shall develop and communicate clear standards that ensure daily interactions, instructional practices, decision-making, and leadership behaviors in alignment with our goals. Developing a student-based budget formula that aids in allocating resources more equitably across schools where there are higher concentrations of multilingual learners and students facing poverty and housing insecurity. And initiating a process within the fiscal year 27 budget process to explore all formal discrimination and harassment complaints being handled by a single individual, such as a civil rights officer that operates with structural independence and reports directly to the board. This analysis may include budget implications, reporting cadence for data and trend analysis, and recommendations for policy improvements. And the board directs the appointments committee to act with deliberate speed to appoint an ad hoc board committee consisting of 3 board members with support from the superintendent and director of people and belonging to complete the following work. Identify and hire an external company to complete a district-wide investigation of our equity practices to help us understand where we are utilizing best practices and where we are not, including where we are meeting the needs of all students and staff and where we are not. The firm should also provide comparative data to other districts, organizations, and institutions regionally or otherwise similarly situated and comparable to PPS. The committee will specify the scope and measurable goals of the review, solicit proposals from companies, review those proposals, and if at least one suitable proposal is received, bring it to the board for a formal vote. The findings of the review will go directly to the board, and subsequently the board will support the superintendent and district leadership to create an action plan based on the findings to be integrated into the strategic plan. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education recognizes that this work is urgent and requires thoughtfulness and intention. In this place of tension, the board dedicates itself to practicing transparency where possible, reflection, and the shared responsibility required to build the equitable and welcoming schools our students and staff deserve. To that end, the Board of Education commits to receiving quarterly reports in executive session detailing the findings and outcomes as allowed of any staff or student complaints or reports received during the previous quarter. Such quarterly reports will include action taken, policy changes implemented or recommended, and a summary of follow-up communication provided to relevant parties. Finally, the board shall, in public meetings, actively monitor this aggregated data with specific names kept confidential to evaluate the efficacy of the district's anti-discrimination, anti-retaliation, and other policies as needed. That is the entirety of the resolution. And so I would make a motion to pass this resolution, and I would be looking for a second. Thank you, Board Member Bryden. Are there any questions on the resolution? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, for everyone here and anybody listening, thank you guys for your patience and everything that has been going on. It's been tough, even for us as well. Trying to find time and making sure we're doing everything legally. And we have agreed, right? In what we could agree. And if there are any other changes personally, I can, or anybody can, request a change into the resolution. But as of right now, it's been 3 weeks since we first heard of all these incidents, and that's not enough time to do everything, right? But this just reassures everybody that this is the beginning of a resolution, and this is nowhere close to the solution. And yeah, there's going to be more information provided, but that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ali. Any other questions on the resolution or discussion? Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of passing this resolution. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali?
Yes.
Member Yusra Ali? Vice Chair Bondo? Member Bryden?
Yes.
Member Lena?
Yes.
Member Noor?
Yes.
Member Opperman,
Yes.
Member Sawtell,
Yes.
Student Representative Grant, Student Representative Milstein Jones,
Yes.
Student Representative Mohammed, Student Representative O'Brien, Chair Lentz.
Yes, so the resolution passes. And just a note that I will be gathering the appointments committee this week to start the ad hoc committee process. Thank you all for your input and your support of the resolution. Now I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent for your remarks.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the public and board. First, similar to the board chair, I just want to take a moment in recognition of the Bonnie Eagle Standish student who died today after an accident with their transportation. As I go into my regular comments, I want to acknowledge the public comments over the last 3 meetings. I continue to sit with the comments and the evident impact on the individuals and entire PPS community. While some concerns go back many years, as indicated by the Educators of Color report, I want to work with our community to restore, heal, build trust, and collaborate on a path forward. To that end, I both support the work that is happening across our district, including the leadership training with TLA, our integration of culturally responsive practices into our teacher profession, led by Allison Dame, Jesse Robinson, Carlos Gomez, Teresa Lee, and the work that Jen Brady, Director of People and Culture, Rosa King, Director of Recruitment and Staff Development, and Jen Slaybank presented at the meeting before Thanksgiving. I also support the work called for in the board resolution, including the equity audit and hopefully the appointment of a civil rights officer. At a time when many districts and organizations are deleting equity from their vocabulary, I appreciate that this district is not following that wrong path. Instead, we need to sit in this work and engage in a continual improvement process and to really interrogate how we can move this work forward in a way that has lasting impact. As one small piece of that action, as I shared in a previous set of superintendent comments around ICE de-escalation training, the first training is scheduled. It will occur tomorrow with our multilingual team as the first group who's able to then provide feedback and help us shape it for the remainder of our staff who will receive it in school or department meetings over the next couple of months on Wednesday. I now have a number of other pieces just to both share some announcements on and some reflections. In education, we often refer to challenges as being the cause of the grade band below us or grades below to explain student performance or concern. For example, as a high school principal, it wouldn't be uncommon to hear myself or teachers talk about middle school. And if only middle school did this. And in the last month, I had the opportunity to visit Portland High during their step back meeting. And in that time, they talked about their freshmen coming to school better prepared than they've seen in years. And they talked about the algebra program in 8th grade and the work that our middle school teachers are doing. This past week, I had the opportunity to be joined by Board Member Opperman and Board Member Sawtell for a conversation at Lincoln that covered a range of topics, both areas of improvement as well as some progress that we've made. And one of the comments that stuck with me was a 6th grade teacher who talked about how the students coming to them in 6th grade feel more ready in both reading and math because of work that's happening at our elementary level. And then right after that, we went to a conversation at Lyseth, and Board Member Ali was able to join and Board Member Sawtell. And we heard a 1st grade teacher talk about her students being more ready because of the work that they were doing in kindergarten. And so just want to acknowledge when we think about where we can look for numbers and support, not just in test scores, but anecdotally, it's been nice to hear that reflection from staff really recognizing the work that is happening from their colleagues in other schools. We recently shared around RISE Award nominees. This was created by Congress in 2019 and overseen by the U.S. Department of Education. The prestigious RISE Award honors classified employees in the education workforce who provide exemplary service. The Maine DOE, in coordination with the Office of Governor Janet Mills, selected 10 finalists from a pool of 32 nominees from across Maine. These nominees were submitted by school administrators, teachers, professional associations, nonprofits, caregivers, students, and community members. We had several that were recognized in this. Liz Meal, administrative assistant here at Casco Bay, and Rini Quattrucci, the head custodian at Ocean Ave Elementary School, are both finalists this year for the RISE Award. In addition, Shamso Farah, a family and community engagement specialist for the district, Lauren Ostis, a community partnership coordinator at East End, and Melissa West, administrative assistant at Ocean Ave, were all nominated for this recognition as well. And so I want to pass along congratulations to them for this. The next piece is that just a reminder that we are in flu and cold season. And so anything we can do to encourage hygiene, as well as if you have a child at home that has a fever, to make sure that we are not sending them to school until they are fever-free for 24 hours, is helpful for the overall community. On Monday and Tuesday this week, Rowe Elementary School in particular has been hit hard with over 100 students absent in those 2 days. And so just want to share that. Switching over to high schools here for a couple minutes. The high school selection process has occurred, and families will receive notification before break. And so we're anticipating that that notification goes out on Thursday or Friday. And so families can look out for that notification and letting them know. Good news is that I believe everybody was able to get a first choice again. And so we've been able to do that now for 3 years on that. So that's exciting. High school FAFSA there's a session on January 7th. It's from 6 to 8 p.m. at Portland High School. It is open, and I encourage folks, recognizing how important that is in the high school process, to join us there. Again, January 7th from 6 to 8 p.m. If you have a little one as well as a high school student, after you finish FAFSA, the next night, I encourage you to attend the pre-K information night. It is January 8th from 6 to 7 p.m. and is happening virtually. And then last, I just want to recognize 2 additional staff members for recent recognition that they got at the state level. Melissa Franz works with both students that are both multilingual and are identified as having an IEP, and got recognized by the state for just the exceptional work she's doing running some professional development to share not just the practices we're doing here, but with the whole state around best practices working with that complex population. And so just a huge recognition to Melissa. We're fortunate to have her in the district. And as well, Priscilla Bittencourt. She had a feature in the state Maine DOE McKinney-Vento newsletter, and it recognized the work that she's doing to support students experiencing housing instability across our district, and just the work that she's doing, not just to support, but also make sure that they're identified and receive the support that they are due. And so just wanted to recognize both of them for their amazing contributions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent. Up next, we have our committee reports. So we're going to start with Finance, Personnel, and Operations.
Thank you, Chair. In December, the Finance, Personnel, and Operations Committee has gotten November financials. I'm really pleased that the monthly financials report continues. It's not especially flashy or exciting, but it's really important, and that's this committee. And then also we have begun preliminary conversations about the FY27 budget with a presentation on the roll forward posture that we're in, and just the very, very early conversations about what that means for the FY27 budget process that we are heading into. We also, folks who have been, listening to other committee reports and attending or watching recordings of our committee meetings will know that we're also engaging in a policy review project. So policies that are relevant to finance, personnel operations, we are taking them a few at a time, reviewing them, and then committee member feedback is being essentially packaged up and sent forward through the process to be reviewed by legal counsel and then over to the policy committee for potential updates or revisions to policies. So in December, we tackled 5 policies, and just to quickly summarize the committee member feedback that we moved forward, the recommendation of potentially having a chemical hazard safety officer named, and then also some potential adjustments to the superintendent evaluation policies around potentially looking at more specificity around evaluation timelines, the R2 procedure that speaks to staff involvement, making sure that that is clarified, and then also looking at whether the policy needs to or should or could be more specific about whether documentation relative to that process would be made public in what circumstances, and whether it would remain confidential as personnel file material. And then finally, we also in our committee got a capital improvement plan presentation from our director of facilities. And so it was a sobering look at all of the investments that we would love to be able to make across our district. We will be voting in January on that list, and whether to, we'll be voting on what list needs to get moved forward to the full board for review. And then also our facilities director walked us through, again, preliminarily, the RFP that needs to be done around facilities needs across the district, because the last one was done about 10 years ago, needs to be done again, and led us through a discussion about whether to have an RFP that is constructed in a modular way that would allow vendors to potentially bid on pieces or components of that review work, specifically around sustainability efforts. And the committee and staff essentially discussed the merits of breaking off the sustainability work as a separate, smaller RFP to allow that work to move a little bit faster and be incorporated in the larger picture eventually. That's finance, personnel, and operations. I would welcome any questions.
I just had one question around the capital improvement or CIP. I can't remember what the P stands for, but I think that we've had conversations in the past about potentially seeing if we could raise the limit with the city, and I didn't know if there has been any progress on that, or if not for this year.
That was not part of the conversation that we had in our committee. It was more of a discussion of the items and prioritization of specific projects, needed work, and in the past, the phrase has been keeping students safe, warm, and dry. And just I will say, there's so much work that needs to be done to keep students safe, warm, and dry. And it's overwhelming, the amount of investment that would be needed to do everything that we wish we could do. I see the superintendent adjusting his mic. So if, by all means, if you have thoughts about that in relative to, that the bigger question of bonding and how to, navigate that, I would welcome that.
Yeah, I think when I hear that question, I think of there being 2 pieces to it. One is, as Board Member Bryden was saying, the amount of work that needs to happen is significant. And we're referencing back a report that comes from 2016, 2017. And so one is, I think we really need to get that report updated, which is why we're doing the RFP and putting together a new facilities master plan to really become that roadmap. And it makes sense to do that before we talk about significant increases in investment in this area. That said, I think that the question around whether or not to increase the amount on which we think about doing projects, right? It's been about $3 million has been about that spot. I think it's first a question for the board around comfort there. When a project gets bonded, it does eventually go to the city to approve it as well as part of their capital plan. But just in the back of your mind, a bond project is for 20 years. And so when we think about a $3 million, it is a couple $100,000. I think it's about $400,000 per year as we go out. And so that just helps you think about scale. So if you go up another million, you're talking about probably about a little over $100,000 in debt service each year.
That is helpful. Yeah, Board Member Opperman, go ahead.
Just the SIPs were dramatic, and I just want to give a perspective on the size of some of them. I looked at last year's academic supply budget, and I compared it to one or two of the incredibly important items. The repairs were greater than our total district budget on supplies. So as we go through, we need to be very cautious about what we choose to do.
Thank you, Board Member Opperman.
Chair Lentz, can I just add one more
Yeah,
point?
please.
In addition to what Dr. Scallon shared, just a note that when we add more projects, and there are infinitely more that we know need to be done, at the same time, we have limited staff capacity to manage all of those, and we are still working our way through a backlog of deferred maintenance, old CIP projects. So it's not to say that we shouldn't the board shouldn't make that decision or have that discussion with the city continuing on a continuing basis, but that at some stage we would probably need to look at what the tipping point is, and there might need to be other staff added to help manage all of that.
Thank you for that additional context. Any other questions or highlighting of more bad news? Thank you, finance personnel. How about policy? Board Member Lena?
Thank you. So the policy committee has been working on a few policies for the past few meetings. We received the send back of ACAA and ACAB, which are the harassment and sexual harassment of students, and the ACAB is school employees. The board sent that back to the committee. We reviewed it, and the reason it was sent back was former employee Tyler Schwaller came to speak and gave us some recommendations. We did adopt one of his recommendations, which was to change the wording about having an online reporting system. So that wording has been put in to ACAA and ACAB. We chose not to adopt the part about the civil rights officer because it was coming through the resolution and we weren't sure about budget implications for that. So we wanted to allow that process to happen through the resolution. So those will be coming back to the board next year. We also have voted on and approved updates to the public comment policy, BEDH. There were a few changes. I'm just pulling it up in front of me so I can make sure I get those. One was that we were suggesting limiting the amount of time for public comment specifically at committee meetings because those are just so short, and that would be at the discretion of the committee chair if necessary, limiting it up to 30 minutes and then accepting written public comment if there wasn't enough time. Another thing that we have updated is currently we only allow people to speak about agenda items during that time it comes up in the agenda, but we felt would be helpful for the public to have an opportunity to speak on agenda items during the general public comment so they wouldn't have to sit through 3 hours of meeting to then come and speak about one thing. So that is an update as well. So that will be coming to the full board. And We also have, with the guidance of legal, created a policy, GBEB, staff conduct with students. That was one that does not currently exist in Portland, but we took feedback from staff and from the committee, and we feel like the one that we have drafted is a good fit for Portland and will give clear, explicit guidelines to staff on appropriate conduct with students. So that will also be coming to the board soon. And last night we had a first presentation from Jesse Applegate and Kathy Ball at Central Office about Chapter 104 services. That's policy IHBB. So it was just a first discussion and some recommendations from the staff about some policy updates. And we haven't had a chance to really discuss all of that, but that was just a first read. We are still continuing to talk about the creation of policy IIB, which is class size, and we will be talking about that again in January. If staff are listening to this, please reach out to me if you have thoughts about class size. You can send me an email. We're still in the process. Again, that's a policy that does not currently exist in Portland. And one other one that we are looking into creating is an extreme temperature policy. So that will be coming soon. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, any questions for policy committee? All right, then curriculum and student success. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Before I talk about what we have, it is 4 pages long, I will not read it. But I would like to report to the board with a reflection of how much I and the other members of the committee appreciate the clarity, completeness, and candor that the members of the staff have had in reporting on the details of the programming in Portland Public Schools. These individuals are working hard in producing clear and positive direction for the district, and that's a good movement and good change. In reference to the meetings, I will, as I said, be brief. A week ago, we heard a group of reports on aspects of high school preparation and post-secondary preparation. So among those, the middle school, in order of middle school programs to prepare students for high school, as we heard Dr. Scallon mention earlier. There is a comprehensive staff collaboration in action. The group includes 8th and 9th grade teachers in the core, elective, and unified arts, ELL, MLL teachers, SPED, school counselors, social workers, assistant principals, and just about anybody else. They met in November, meet in March, where they look at general programming as well as individual student needs. After they're in high school, 9th grade academies are in place at the schools, high schools, and the students are taught by a team that meet weekly to review academic and social data and a variety of other things. I suggest you read it if you wish. One of the things that has come up in several areas is that measuring and reporting student academic performance requires multiple data collection systems, well-defined metrics, and analysis at various levels. So there are many that are going on, and the Portland Public Schools has the system-wide data collection called a dashboard, which has great potential for sharing information within the district and with the board. Theoretically, it is possible to know achievement across the district as a whole. Currently, there's a discrepancy among the details available at various grade levels. Much can be shown about the elementary students, how they're progressing. However, secondary outcomes across the district are difficult to assess because the grading scales in each high school reflect the individual school philosophies and do not necessarily go work. For example, one school uses a 100-point grading scale, one uses A, B, C, D, E, F, and another uses a scale of 1 to 4. So the staff recommends that a task force be formed to make recommendations to the committee on a potential unification of this information for the district. Ultimately, the Portland Public Schools send students off into the world upon graduation, and to facilitate each student's success, the high schools meet twice monthly to ensure every senior graduates with a post-secondary plan. They meet September, December, January, March, April, and May. And they report postgraduate plans and applications to various colleges. Currently, more than 90% of students at every high school have completed a plan, and between 30 and 99% of students have actually sent college applications in. They might be sending applications into a 4-year, 2-year, or a trade school, workforce, certification, or continuing education. Dr. Scallon mentioned FAFSA, which is the financing of secondary education. It's challenging. The applications are difficult, and there's sometimes needs for parents to have interpretation to discern how to complete the form. We have the events. There's mentioned that more possibilities of ways of meeting the needs of the families might be brought up as they are done in other school districts, but at an increased cost to the taxpayers. And that's it. Did I get that?
Thank you.
No,
Board
no, no.
Member. Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was half. Oh. Sorry. I talk a lot. You all know that already. Last night, we had updates on SEL, Wabanaki, Black History, data analysis for improvement, and pre-K CDS proposal. The elementary school curriculum is called Purposeful People. We've heard about it here. Positive staff feedback includes ease of implementation, school-wide coordination, and consistency of the message across the school. Teachers, however, are concerned about the time commitment the program requires, and modifications are in the works so that there are more languages included. At least one study of Wabanaki studies is in place in each of the K through 12 grades. We've heard much about fieldwork. It's awesome. Other districts are equal to use the materials, but we're being very cautious about how they use them. And the studies have been tied to state standards in life science, social studies, environmental literacy, and language arts. Black history is largely in design and development phase. They had a committee in place since 2021, but there's a difficulty in getting more local information, and that's on its way. Data collection is like big for us between Mickey and myself and the other members of the committee. But to understand the step back meetings, which occur with school leadership and network teams and district leadership, are looking over the data, and they were to see how goals might be improved on the individual school improvement plans. Concern was expressed about the findings of the teams might not be considering inherent bias in the analysis, and it's unclear how teachers provided insight into the data or the findings, if the findings were effectively shared with the student-facing staff. And I will say nothing about CDS transitional proposal because we will be hearing about that tonight. That's it.
Thank you, Board Member Aberman. Any questions from other board members? I'm going to watch the recording because I'm like that, but thank you for that report out. I appreciate it. And then I've got the Public and Legislative Affairs Committee. So we have been continuing to prioritize legislation that we know is going to come through the State House very soon. So the second session starts on January 7th. And just as a reminder, the priorities of this committee and the legislation we're tracking falls into the categories of school funding, school construction, curricula, and student/human rights. Additionally, Dr. Valenzuela presented on potential pathways of getting information to our community to help them advocate for issues and also be able to understand the legislative process, which is quite complicated. And so we'll be prioritizing some bills, potentially 2 or 3 bills, to start to build that muscle within the community and our communications pathways. And then finally, last night we had Representative Michael Brennan come to talk about the legislation that he is working on and supporting. I think things that were kind of hopeful about that is there does seem to be several bills around funding school construction in a different way, in a more substantial way that would take what is now a 7-year cycle, potentially longer, to be every 2 to 3 years with potentially more funding. It's still unclear kind of like what those bills will finally look like, but Michael Brennan is hopeful, so that made me hopeful. And then the other piece that's really been being looked at is around funding, and specifically funding for specific groups of people, economically disadvantaged students, multilingual learners, and students experiencing housing insecurity. So those will probably be also on the priority list of our bills. And I think that's it for all of my updates. Any questions about any of that? Nope. Okay, so we're going to close committee reports. I did want to just turn it back over to Board Member Ali. I think you wanted to kind of go back a little bit in the agenda and just make a couple comments that around the resolution.
No, around the resolution in particular, but just for the community to get the information that they needed. And I'm sorry that I didn't mention this earlier. For any type of, this is just response to everybody that's been coming up. For any type of complaints that anybody has, the legal route and policy as stated is to go online and submit it through there. These are personnel issues, and from there it will be handled. And outside of board, information, because this is confidential. This is not information that we should be discussing or could discuss. So please use your link, and that's the process. Aside from that, we'll have more for you next board meeting or whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ali. And then also, I just wanted to circle back. I know that the last board meeting we had tabled a motion you were particularly considering, but you've decided to withdraw that motion. Okay, thank you for that. I just want to make sure folks know that we're not just skipping it. So up next, we have the report of the secretary. So we've got the consideration and action to approve the meeting minutes of December 9th. Are there any correction to the meeting minutes? So I see no corrections. So the meeting minutes are approved as distributed. And then up next, we have some old business. We have policy JHB truancy. I don't know if you wanted, I know we talked about this last time, but if there's any context you'd want to give, Dr. Warren.
I don't have anything to add unless there are questions.
Okay. So is there a motion for the consideration and action to approve the changes to policy JHB, truancy? I saw Board Member Opperman first. We'll take a second, Board Member Ali. Are there any questions from the board on this policy? Any public comment? Let me just double check the chat. Any general discussion from the board? I will add that Michael Brennan also mentioned last night that he is trying to do some, I think, great legislation around redefining what truancy is, and that it's kind of an idea from the 1950s that we just haven't updated. So I think that could be relevant to this policy in the future. Then if there's no other discussion, then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the changes to policy JHB truancy. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
Member Ali?
Yep.
Member Yusra Ali? Vice Chair Bondo? Member Bryden?
Yes.
Member Lena?
Yes.
Student Representative O'Brien? Chair Lentz?
Yes, so the motion passes. And up next, we've got two presentations. We're going to move the transportation workshop up also before executive session, but we're going to start with our CDS transition proposal. And just so the board knows, I'll be recommending a recess before executive session. But if you need to take a break before then, please do.
One second to load the presentation. There it goes. Oh, that's wonky.
Greg, are you able to expand the street here inside? As right now it's showing up just as a small piece.
It needs been knocked offline. There's too many people signed in as PPS.
Oh, come on. You just make it full screen so people see it. It's just coming up small.
It might be able to expand it too far. Let's see what happens. Yes.
Thank you, Greg. Sarah, you're good now.
Okay. Oops. Sorry, I overexpanded it. I don't know how to get out of this escape. A little too big. Okay, we're gonna roll with that. Okay, good evening, board members. I'm Sarah Warren, the Chief of Strategy and Operations, and I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Katie Susi, who is our relatively new still Senior Director for Early Childhood Education. And Katie is not only leading our work around the CDS transition that you're about to hear about, she's also overseeing our current pre-K programming. And she comes to us with a wealth of experience and years working in our own community around early childhood programming. And so we were incredibly lucky to snag her and bring her into the team. So I'm going to hand it over to Katie and take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. As Sarah said, my name is Katie Susi, and I'm pleased to share more information with you all about the CDS transition and our proposal for the work. There we go. So tonight I'm going to talk about, this isn't showing up. There's a lag. Okay, great. So tonight I'm going to talk about some context for this work, our recommendation, all that our recommendation entails, the timeline that we're looking at, and our communication and engagement strategies, how we're going to track success as we know it so far, and then a summary and some next steps for your consideration. I've included a slide in this presentation that goes over some of the definitions that are common in early childhood special education. I won't take up too much time reading all of those definitions for you, but you'll have them there for reference. And if I use some of those acronyms, you can look at them as well, or call me out and I'll try not to use them in the presentation very much. So as context for this work, in April of 2024, our legislature approved a bill that mandated that all special education services for children aged 3 to 5 transition from an organization called Child Development Services, or CDS, to SAUs. The way that districts are assuming this responsibility is in cohorts. So they have until July of 2028 to opt into a cohort and then assume this responsibility. And there are different options, and we'll go over our recommendation for how we join a cohort a little bit later. In terms of finances, payments for this are made quarterly to districts because children come onto IEPs on a rolling basis. This is 100% covered by the state. All reasonable and necessary expenses related to this work will be covered. So I'm personally very excited about this opportunity for many reasons, but I think we know that CDS has been out of compliance and has been unable to meet the needs of kids ages 3 to 5 in our community. So I think we have a unique and exciting opportunity to do this work well. However, this is a large undertaking for not only Portland, but all of the school districts that are doing this work. And it will require us to grow our capacity. It also touches upon policy, staffing, facilities, transportation, and more. And so part of this work is really thinking about the organizational change that it will require. To get started with this, we formed a small internal steering committee. The charge for that committee was to look at data and the guidance that has been offered by the Department of Education thus far. They are charged with really guiding the overall process and transition timeline. They have come up with an initial recommendation for which cohort to join. They're responsible for ensuring that all of the decisions that we're making align with IDEA. And then, of course, we're always keeping family and community partnership and engagement, equity, consistency, and developmentally appropriate practices at the heart of our decision-making. I want to share a little bit of context for how we enter into this work. As Sarah mentioned, we already have a large pre-K program. We currently have 18 pre-K classrooms in our district, which serve up to 264 4-year-olds. 3 of these classrooms are located in community partnerships. Of these 18 classrooms, one of them is already a special purpose classroom, a specialized program. We have a slew of staff connected to pre-K, so I won't go through all of those numbers, but there are general education teachers, special education teachers, ed techs, as well as some itinerant teaching staff, and we do related services for kids in our programming. And about 31% of our current pre-K population have IEPs and receive support services already. So when the steering committee began this work, they really wanted to understand what it was we were being asked to solve for. So how many students still needed services in our community and how we could build our capacity to meet that need. So we've looked at a number of data sources. Child Development Services has been providing us with monthly counts of 3 and 4-year-olds in our community who are coming onto plans and or who are in the child find process. We also pulled kindergarten data to look at how many students in kindergarten receive services and what types of services. With that data in mind, we are anticipating a need for more PPS inclusive classrooms and specialized classroom settings. We hope to pilot a co-taught classroom teaching model. And of course, we will need to expand our itinerant services, which are which would include speech, OT, the related services that are common with special education services. So looking at all of what we needed to solve for and what we had in place already, the steering committee in consultation with senior leadership, as well as our current pre-K staff, they've been part of this process to date, are recommending a phased approach, which would have us opting into cohort 3, beginning this work with the next school year, and assuming responsibility for school-aged 4-year-olds in the next school year, and then adopting 3-year-olds the following year. Next year is the last year that school departments will be allowed by the department to assume this responsibility in a phased approach because of that 2028 deadline. The reasons that this recommendation is being put forth, because the phased approach allows us to build our capacity to meet the need of 3-year-olds with a year of additional planning and preparation. We're excited to serve 4-year-olds. As I mentioned, we're already serving a majority of 4-year-olds with IEPs in our community. So that feels doable in the next year and would allow for a smoother transition process for those 4-year-olds. As soon as we can help support them, the sooner we can help support them, I think the better for families in terms of minimizing transitions. And the phased approach will really allow for us to build our capacity to meet all the requirements that come with this work. We also know that a number of neighboring districts are moving forward with cohort 3, so assuming responsibility next year. And so we're excited to be joining with our colleagues in learning and doing this work together. But also we don't want to get behind any of our neighboring districts when it comes to adding capacity to our staff. So I think that is another key reason to move forward in the year ahead. This next slide really kind of just talks more about what that would look like more specifically. So we anticipate adding 6 additional pre-K classrooms to our programming, and that would be approximately 58, 60 additional pre-K seats. That includes expanding access to special education seats as well as general education seats so that we can continue to educate kids in what is called least restrictive environment, which is a mandate of this work as well. And then in year 2, we would expand to include services for 3-year-olds with the aim to do so in partnership with community-based organizations. So we would strengthen and grow our partnerships in the community with local childcare providers and service providers to help support the 3-year-olds with IEPs. As well as child find. I can't forget the child find component. This work will require a number of staffing and program additions, as I just mentioned. So with those additional responsibilities, we've proposed a number of additional teachers to include, or I'm sorry, a number of additional staff members to include a early childhood special education director, of course, case management capacity, special education IEP coordination, as well as some capacity in our administrative or business department, coaches, itinerant and related services, et cetera. And that is all in addition to highly qualified teachers and special ed techs. And we aim to really beef up our professional development for our early childhood staff in the years ahead to kind of meet this need. And of course, continue to monitor and refine everyone's caseloads as we do this work so that we're maintaining quality in our efforts. The timeline for this work, we have been planning for the last at least 3 months since I've been here for this work. I'm really looking to align all of our efforts with existing programming in the district. We've also been working with like other I've been working with other departments and school-based staff to kind of inform this plan. We're going to move into a phase where we're doing more community engagement and partnership development with external partners now in the spring and into next year. As I mentioned, we hope to support 4-year-olds in the next school year. That would begin on the first day of school, is how the state has that work timelined. And then 3-year-olds in the year after. And then again, ongoing continuous improvement efforts. I want to emphasize the need for communication and trust building, both with the families of young children, but also with our community partners in this work in order to do this work well. So we do have in mind a family and community engagement strategy. And that would include creation of new materials, launching of new web pages for our website, developing toolkits for families when it comes to early childhood, special education, et cetera, as well as just partnering more closely with several community partners, pediatric clinics, et cetera, to ensure that when kids or providers or families or providers have concerns, they know who to turn to. And then, of course, establishing, advisory opportunities for community members and parents and other stakeholders. We're in the process, and I've included in the next slide, which is loading, some progress monitoring metrics. Most of the ones on this slide are connected to development and implementation of IEPs for young children, but we're looking at other metrics that are more process-oriented metrics for this work as well. My last slide is kind of a summary slide, and so I smile because I'm really excited about next steps in this opportunity. I've started meeting with elementary school leaders and really closely looking at space and speaking with them about their capacity and doing that, like I said, with our building leaders, not just it says elementary school leaders on the slide, but not just our elementary school leaders, with just leaders in the district in general, as well as our community-based organizations to talk about this work. And that's been uplifting, I will say. So I'm excited about that. Of course, we're looking at the budgeting that needs to happen with this right now. Looking to design some collaborative governance structures for this work because it touches upon so many different domains in our district. We of course want to continue to support the community partnerships that we have, but also grow them, and all of that within a what feels like a whirlwind, a rapidly progressing timeline. We have some decisions to make soon so that we can inform the main DOE about our decision to join the next cohort, and then just really solidifying our commitment to this work by doing so. I also want to draw your attention to the proposed resolution. Oh, great. Sorry, that's okay. I don't want to speak without hearing me talk. Excuse me. Where is it? I'm missing it. There it is. Sorry.
And sorry, just to note, as Katie's going to speak to this, but apologies because there was a ball that dropped between us as we were trying to do the documents for tonight. I have now uploaded this to Diligent. So this is the resolution that Katie's going to just talk through that we're hoping for your review on, and we'll bring it back in January.
Thank you, Sarah. So this resolution covers much of what was included in the presentation I just shared with you. So I'm not sure that I need to read through it, but it asks for you to approve the recommendation to move forward with the next cohort and with this phased approach of 4-year-olds next year and 3-year-olds the following year.
Great. Are you ready for some questions?
Sure am.
Beautiful. Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Katie. I have a few clarifying questions. In the beginning, you said that this is all being funded by the DOE, but can you talk specifically about like what it all, because I'm imagining that the pre-K staff is not funded by the DOE, or it is?
So
What's my
anything
like?
connected to special
Oh,
education
special education. Okay.
for children 3 to 5 is 100% funded. All reasonable and necessary expenses related to the delivery of FAPE and child find. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to add one point. Sorry, I meant to throw this in before. One of the advantages of going sooner than later with the 4-year-olds is that it allows us to get into the cycle and the process with the state and allows us to start accessing funds early. So we would presumably make our intent clear in January. We have a February 2nd deadline. But once we have done that, we would start working with the state on establishing what our proposed budget is and our proposed staffing list. And then we'd be able to start tapping into some of those funds to cover the costs of staff who are doing this planning work.
Great. Okay, one other question I have is with regard to the 3-year-olds in the partner sites. So the way that would look is that we would be identifying them and providing them services, but they would be going to school at a partner location, or am I not understanding that correctly?
That is in theory one of the approaches that would most likely happen. Yes.
But Portland Public Schools wouldn't have a 3-year-old classroom, or potentially we could in house.
I mean, it would be allowable,
Okay.
but 3-year-olds are not general education. 3-year-olds are not covered, and so ideally, 3-year-olds would be in community-based settings where they already exist.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sir, Board Member Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. This is, as you say, very exciting and just like the opportunity to help people, right? Like, yay. Thank you for doing this work. My follow-up question actually has to do with Board Member Lena's question about the funding. And so the follow-up question I have is, who defines reasonable and necessary? Do we just like submit, here's what we spent, and or is there a definition at the state level in terms of how that gets determined?
They have not defined that clearly.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure. Yeah, it would so there is an allocation based on the numbers that we report quarterly. And then every quarter our expenses would be anything that would any expenses above the allocation would be reviewed and then reimbursed.
Based on the results of the review. I'm just thinking about, if we as a district are investing what we feel is reasonable and necessary to make this work. And then if the state DOE were to say, oh, we don't think it costs that much money to do the work. I'm curious about where that would go.
Right. And that I think would be TBD. One safeguard against that unexpectedly happening is they are asking us to submit a budget for those positions ahead of time. And so there is some conversation to be had with the department ahead of time about like what we think staffing requirements would be.
Okay.
So that is a safeguard against this one safeguard that is in place again.
Yeah. So if there's a misalignment, it won't be a surprise.
Hopefully. Yes, exactly.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, Board Member Sawtelle, go ahead.
Hi. I apologize if you already covered this, but how does a child as young as 3 receive an IEP? Like, is that something a pediatrician would flag, or if they haven't yet been in a school or daycare setting?
Sure. A pediatrician could make a referral. A family member could make a referral. Yeah, I think if there's a concern, it could come from home visiting services, pediatric services, family.
Can I add one piece to that? Katie, maybe you could just talk to this. I assume that as we take on FAPE responsibility, that we're now legally required to make sure that we're meeting the needs of these students, and that includes Child Find, which is identifying them. And so I assume that recognizing that this will be a new process, there's a fair amount of community education that will need to take place, as well as engaging with community partners, doctors, et cetera, around this process to make sure that they are participatory in the referral process. Is that right?
Correct. And I will say that Child Development Services is also staying in place. And so if a referral goes to CDS, they will route it to the appropriate district. And so there may be a lag, right, with some pediatric provider that doesn't know which district to refer a family member to. And that's okay, because if it goes to CDS, they could reroute it to a district as well. So there's a couple of safeguards in place too, as the transition happens from a family perspective.
Board Member Upperman?
I have a question about McKinney-Vento students, because, at what point, I mean, if they have an older child, that would obviously put them in place, but just a thought.
Good.
You don't know?
I don't. I can't answer that right now.
McKinney-Vento.
What's your specific question?
Well, my question is, how, if a family is unhoused, which district do they get sent to?
The services would follow the student in the same way. So whatever their home school is, would be where the IEP services follow.
I've got just a couple of questions and want to just make sure that my understanding is correct. So right now in the world with CDS operating the way that it does, kids get referred to CDS by a pediatrician or their preschool or daycare family, and they go to CDS, and then CDS says, here are the services that we're going to connect you with.
They go through the same IEP process that, say, a kindergartner would go through at that point.
Okay. But CDS is the one that's responsible for making sure that the needs of that IEP are filled.
Exactly.
Okay. And so then what we're talking about doing, and do all of those needs get filled in a classroom currently? Or is it also there are services that come to kids based on their IEP through going to an office to get occupational therapy? Or I guess the thing that I'm not quite clear on in my head is that if all of these services happen in the classroom that we're taking over, or are we also responsible for services that come to kids outside of classrooms? Does that make sense?
I think so. Sure.
So once we take this over, we're responsible for services. And part of what we're figuring out now is where those services will be provided. And part of the reason that Katie is proposing an expansion of classrooms is so that we are sure we have an appropriate setting for students to be placed where we can provide their services and put them in the least restrictive environment, meaning that they're getting time with their peers. That may not always be the location of the students, right? Some of them will get served in classrooms, but it may be that we're serving some in partner sites. The difference between CDS delivering services and us is that they don't have an education program, so they don't have the same pressure that we will have to provide broader education services to students. And to be frank, that question around exactly how much we are required to provide in the way of sort of regular education programming is one of the key kind of points of discussion and debate that's been going on between districts and lawyers and the state.
Because also that then becomes a cost that is on us, not the state. Those general education pieces, right?
Ultimately.
Okay, so thank you. That's, I mean, I think like overall, like I'm really excited about this. I mean, everything shows that, you know, kindergarten readiness is such an indicator for third grade readiness, which is such an indicator for, you know, graduating and meeting other benchmarks. So I think like if we have kids already in the pipeline, like I see that over time, that is a real asset to our district. And I'm just trying to understand kind of like the costs scare me, and the fact that we don't have a definition at the state level yet. There's not a super clear path of accountability on that. You know, and I think we see in EPS funding that, you know, the cost of living isn't necessarily integrated in a way. So I am worried about a flat rate across the state, and that would kind of like undercut kind of like what we're doing here. Anyway, these are just concerns. You don't need to respond to them right now. And do you know if any of the funding is it all state funding, or is there any federal pass-through funding that is part of this bucket that we'd be allocating? Or we'd be on the receiving end of?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we know that for sure. I
Okay.
think it's mostly state.
Okay.
But I don't know for sure where they're drawing all the money from.
I think we might want to know that just in case of additional freezes in the future. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. They're probably pulling some from IDEA, but just to go back to what you said before, I mean, in terms of that 100% funded thing, yeah, all the districts have been raising that. Like, what do you mean by that? That could be very squishy. You know, if you go back and look at the language in the law, it does say that, and it's separate from the, you know, the funding for the K to 12. My understanding of it is that they will adjust the formula for us a little bit based on the differences in Portland with other districts, which is positive. How they do that, we don't know yet.
Right.
And then there are also, excuse me, other funds that we hope to access to help with, we don't know how much yet will be available, but to help with some of the setup of new classrooms and potentially even providing supplies and equipment and things to existing classrooms. We'll be looking at playgrounds. We maybe even put some proposals in front of them in terms of transportation needs and equipment. And then there is a separate reimbursement formula for transportation. So we will have to track and submit specialized transportation costs to them.
Awesome. And do you have a sense of the timing on the budget that you're putting together? I'm just thinking about, will it be together in time for the budget for next year? Yeah. Okay.
Due tomorrow.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that real quick?
Sure.
Do we know the timeline on which we'll have confirmation from the state about what is reasonable? So not just what our proposed budget is, but also what revenue they will be providing to offset those costs?
Do you mean like when we give them our proposed budget, how long will it take for them to turn around and say, yeah, we think that's reasonable for the startup in the beginning?
Yeah,
this year?
let me ask it even just like slightly differently. So we submit a balanced budget where revenues match expenses. And right now, one of the questions that I have is we pay for Katie's salary on local, recognizing that we wanted to build capacity towards this. I would assume that that is a reasonable cost.
Right.
And so that would shift from being a local funded piece to being a CDS reimbursed piece, in which case there's potential, I don't want to say savings,
Right.
but an offset there. On the flip side, if we don't find that out until June, that's past the time that we'd be making that balanced budget decision.
My sense is that it's not that long. I mean, in fact, it's to our advantage to make this decision and let them know as quickly as possible and get our proposed budget to them, which will include Katie and others, and so that we can, get that feedback as quickly as possible. I mean, one thing we haven't said that's probably worth noting here is the state really wants Portland in, right? I mean, we are the biggest district, we're the most complex district, and they really would like to move the work from CDS to us. I'm sure if we would take 3-year-olds next year, they would be thrilled. But so I think that they're keen to work with us. We've been meeting with them quite a bit. They're keen to help make this happen.
Did you have another thought?
Just clarifying, based on some quick looking, it does look like IDEA is funding. So IDEA is the federal funds to support students with IEPs. And so that looks like it is primarily the funding source for 3 to 5 year olds. Earlier, there's a different funding stream.
Okay, so that's just good to know as we watch what's happening federally. One more question. Do you have a sense of how close this would get us to universal pre-K in Portland?
With the 6 classrooms that we're currently
Yeah.
teaching?
The total seats we would then have would be in the 320 range, up from 264. And depending on a K class of 490-ish,
Yeah,
gets us that close.
we're closer. That is a sizable move.
It's about 60 additional seats.
Okay, thank you for that. Sarah Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a follow-up question. I think I heard you say that CDS is staying in place. So I would be really curious to hear more about what they're going to continue to do and what the overlap is and how that's all going to work.
Well, they'll still operate early intervention, so birth through age 3, and then also serve as a resource hub for districts during this transition and that referral kind of, and helping to make referrals back to the districts. And they're also trying to make themselves available with any related services that we could contract with them for, like if we needed another service provider.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And also just want to commend the board for making the funding for Katie's position possible. I think the idea that we would have absorbed this into our other staff is, I just can't even think about it. So just thank you, Katie, for all the work that you're doing and the container that you're building for this. Yeah, just excited to see how it continues to roll out.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to transportation.
Yet another Katie. All right. So a little bit of a shift. We're gonna just talk a little bit. I'm gonna talk. Katie's here to answer all the complex questions that I cannot answer. And this will be relatively brief, but we just wanted to, and we've talked some with the Finance and Operations Committee a few weeks ago about this initiative. And since that time, have really continued to grapple with this initiative and have reached a conclusion, which is, I think, the right conclusion and not entirely satisfying. But I'm going to just kind of give you because not everyone was on the committee call, I'll give you a very quick overview of the work we've been doing and then share a little bit about where we landed so far. So just as a refresher, Strategic Initiative 5.4 is about designing and implementing a multi-year transportation plan to support equitable student access. Katie and Assistant Director of Transportation and Ben Lesavoy, who couldn't be with us tonight. It's his birthday and his kids were throwing a party for him. But he sends his regards. And so Katie and Ben have really been spearheading the way and convened a work group over the summer. We have also had a lot of meetings with Metro, and they've been, I will say, a great partner in doing a lot of research and modeling. We started very broad. There's so many different aspects of our transportation work that we could look at, just in terms of getting at safety and efficiency and equity issues. But we, based on lots of conversations, managed to reduce it to these 3 key objectives around walking distances, consolidating bell times, and then increasing the number of walkers that we have in the city while reducing bus riders. So that's where we started. And then we did a lot of modeling. And when I say we, I mean Katie and Ben did the hard work of really churning through bus routes and students and trying to figure out what was possible. And if we could achieve this goal that we had in our minds of reducing walk distances for our middle schoolers, the limit is currently 2 miles. And beyond that, they get a ride on a school bus. So we were hoping to be able to reduce that, and maybe even if we were really getting bold, perhaps reducing the distance for elementary as well. But we realized fairly quickly that doing that was going to be pretty impossible to do unless we put middle schoolers on Metro, because we needed that capacity freed up so that we could put more students on our own buses. So we went deeper, and I'm not going to go into all the details around this, but we did look at different configurations of bell time consolidation, because we know that that has been an interest of the board and the community, and also something that it would serve a number of different purposes, both for the transportation work, but also for a number of other aspects of our programming educationally. And we did do some work, and we, as I'll talk about in a minute, we'll continue to do work around our hazard zones, which folks who participated in the boundaries committee learned that we have certain zones or areas of the city where we transport students by bus, even though they are within the walk distance, limits, because we're trying to get them across a dangerous road like Washington Avenue or Forest Avenue, or some of the thoroughfares. That's one objective and an area of work that doesn't necessarily have to tie with the other ones. It's something that can stand alone. So again, Metro has been great. They've done a lot of modeling as well. So we did ours, they did theirs. They used our data and our maps and student lists, and they've been very enthusiastic, but they were also really upfront and honest with us that they came back with a couple of routes for middle schoolers that they could take over, but with their current capacity, there's really not more they can do. They are not able currently to take on all middle schoolers.
They also couldn't take on the middle schooler, sorry. They also couldn't take on the middle schoolers without shifting bell times for middle and high school, because they can't have all of them at the same time.
So, and again, this is a very abbreviated version of what we've been working on. But I don't want I want to get straight to your questions. So, basically where we've landed at this point is that given that capacity challenge and our inability to shift all middle schoolers onto Metro, we can't achieve some of the other things that we were trying to do right now. And so we believe we need to just pause that or slow it down. We're not proposing to give up. We want to keep working with Metro to see, what's possible in terms of capacity building. The reality is that right now staffing challenges are real, and the restrictions that have been put on CDL licenses by the Trump administration have not made things easier for Metro or for us. And so adding more drivers is probably not in the cards for them at the moment, and that further adds to our challenge. So we believe we need to delay significant changes for now. We will continue working on figuring things out. But meanwhile, as we got deeper into our planning around the CDS transition that you just heard about, we increasingly realized as well that whatever capacity we can create within our own system, perhaps by shifting some hazard zones, maybe getting some more kids on buses, on walking, that we needed to focus that effort right now on making sure we can meet our obligations around the CDS transition. There will undoubtedly be more students that we need to provide specialized transportation to at the pre-K level as a result of that initiative. And so we will continue. We've got a lot of other things going on to try to improve the work, make sure that we're, safe, that we've got the best possible use of technology to create more efficiencies. We're in the process of adding more vans and van drivers, which have different licensing requirements. The team's done a lot of work around standard operating procedures and professional development. And we continue to work on trying to build a pipeline of new drivers, figuring out what an apprenticeship program looks like with PAE, adult education, but it is, it's a slog right now, if I'm being honest. And that's it. And if you have routing questions, Katie's the expert.
What questions do folks have? Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Can you, excuse me, can you talk a little bit more about the different start times and the challenges with those, and how many start times we have now, why it's challenging to move to fewer? And that would be helpful.
So we have three bell times right now. So the first set of elementary schools starts at 7:40 in the morning, and then all of our middle and high schools start at 8:10, 20. And then the third round of schools, which are again elementary schools, start at 9 o'clock. And so from a transportation point of view, it's tough because they're just every bus or van has 3 runs right in a row. And they're moving, and if the first tier is late, then that can create a problem all the way through. So it's not the easiest setup, and we would have loved to have gotten to a place where we could have had 2 tiers that were farther apart to give the transportation team more room. But there's also there are reasons why it would be great if we didn't have quite so many tiers. We might have more opportunities to bring people together for professional development if we had our tiers, closer together. For families with kids in more than one school, it might be nice to have the tiers closer together. We had been asked to look at having 1 tier, and that is just really not possible for us unless we add pretty much double the size of our fleet and our drivers, which isn't feasible. So the best we thought we might be able to get to was the 2-tiered system. And as Katie mentioned, to get to that, we would have needed to break apart the high schoolers and the middle schoolers, and basically take advantage of that metro capacity. But even their capacity is sort of doubled up, so they would have to do high schoolers and middle schoolers on separate tiers. So that would have affected our timing as well.
Oh, I can't tell whose hand is up. Put them up there. Board Member Bryden, and then Board Member Opperman.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the information. I understand what you're saying about, it's not the best update. I want to acknowledge a couple things. I want to acknowledge all of the hard work that your team has done to get us to where we are, and no missed runs and no having to let families know, sorry, we can't pick up your kid. Thank you for doing that. And I'm so glad that your team will be able to protect that, current state, providing services that are important and reliable and consistent. And then, so the other thing I want to acknowledge is that sometimes the right answer is not the fun answer. So I want to thank you so much for not proposing that we take an action just so we say thank you for just being truthful and honest and saying this is the state of where we are, and the proposal or the recommendation is to not make any significant changes right now, because I think that is the right answer. So I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Board Member Opperman.
Thank you. Yes, everything that Member Bryden said, I appreciate that as well. A question came, and this is my ignorance in all things busing. Is it possible to pair middle schools and elementary schools? Has, I'm sure you looked at that,
Yeah.
but I wondered how that looked.
Yeah, if we had changed the schedule, we would have lined up some of the elementary schools and the middle school tier. I mean, right now they're not in the same tier, so it's kind of irrelevant. But we did also explore a few models where we tried lots of different things that weren't even involving Metro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even as you talk about Metro and looking at putting the middle schoolers on one tier and the high schoolers on a second tier, the struggle there is that Metro needs a full hour to turn over their runs. So now you're looking at moving middle schoolers back at their start time a whole hour, which is not scientifically the best option for them.
Thank you.
Board Member Ali, yeah.
I really appreciate how you guys put into the recommendation that we shorten the distance for the middle schools and elementary schools, because I mean a mile for a kid is crazy, you know, and 2 miles is you got to wake up early and walk. But I know that there's going to be some difficulty, but I hope that we can, you know, look at Metro and those possibilities, because I mean I also lived in a big city in Columbus, and that's what a lot of the kids had to do. So upgrading to that would be something considerable. Thank you.
Not giving up, and
No.
they're excited to partner.
Yeah, and I think it's also a call to the city as a whole to invest in Metro, because I mean, they love the idea of working with us on this because they want to build that
Ridership.
muscle in our students and build the ridership and get students, children used to doing that and riding from a young age. You know, and we can continue to work with Metro and you know, advocate for that. But I think it's also a larger community commitment to investing in public transportation. And then the other thing I do want to say is just appreciate the appreciation for this team. We have, I think, all seen a lot of work in progress in the last couple of years. It's pretty amazing. And I think because I sat there for a while, deep in it, I have a particularly deep level of awareness of what they're going through every day. And I want to make sure folks know that, you know, Ben gets up and he's there at 5 o'clock every morning, just down the street here, figuring out, you know, who's called out for the day, how are we going to rearrange things to make sure all the buses run. And then thank you to the board for investing in this team and helping us build the management structure that we need to make it run. We've got a really strong management team now between Ben and Katie and Austin, who's our dispatcher. And they stagger their time so that we're covering the office from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. At least. I know I see your car there way past 5 regularly. So yeah, I just think that investment by the board and you putting trust in us to try to turn this around and make it run better. We still have a lot of work to do. We know that, but I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and I just want to say, as someone who's been like holding out hope on reducing walking distances and getting school times, you made it really easy for me to understand why we can't do that right now. And so, you know, as you were presenting, I was just like, well, what about? Well, what about? And you've really looked at every possibility. And I mean, other than a fleet of Razor scooters, which I was like, maybe get some Lime scooters for Portland, just send middle schoolers around. Just kidding, that's a joke. But just really super appreciative of all the ways you're thinking about this. So thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, then I'm gonna ask that we take a 10-minute break and well, actually, let's do the motions to move into executive session first, and then we will move into, yeah, you okay? Who's coughing? You're coughing? Okay. So we have 2 executive sessions tonight. So we have up first the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056D to discuss contract negotiations. And then we have the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056D to discuss a personnel matter. I'd be looking for a second on those. Thank you, Board Member Noor. All those in favor? Okay, and we'll take a 10-minute recess and then meet in the executive session room.
They're coming, I'm getting a quorum.
Mics are on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Greg, are we live? Thank you. I'd move to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Ali. All those in favor? So we are adjourned at 11:49 p.m.